remain standing. We will ask the military brass band to lead us into the national and the AU anthems. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The bereaved families, Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families, particularly Madam Kovambo Nujoma, widow and founding First Lady of the Namibian nation, Honorable Utoni Nujoma, son of the founding president, and Madam Mariana Nujoma, spouse of the Honorable Minister Saki Nujoma, and other siblings and family members that are present at this occasion. Your Excellency, President Nangolo Mbumba and First Lady Mbumba, who are the Chief Mourners, represented here by Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister and also Minister of Works and Transport. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, in particular present here are Honorable Christine Huebes, Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Tom Alwendo, Minister of Mines and Energy, Honorable Yvonne Dausap, Minister of Justice, Honorable Lucia Vetboy, Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Honorable Maureen Hinda Mboende, Deputy Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises, Honorable Governor Aleta Frederick of Kharas Region, and Honorable Reverend Solomon April, Governor of Hardap Region, our two governors whose regions are holding this combined service, other governors present here, members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, regional coordinators of the Kharas and Hardap regions of the Swapo Party, Comrade Mathew Mumbala and Comrade Joblin Condes, and also members of the Swapo Party Central Committee. Most respected service chiefs and regional commanders representing the two regions, in particular the NDF head, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Benias, and regional heads of Kharas, Commissioner Katamila and Commissioner Philander, veterans of the liberation struggle, former governors particularly, but not in particular order, Honorable Lucia Basson, Honorable David Boyce, Honorable Esme Isaac. Most esteemed traditional leaders, particularly Chief Johannes Isaak of the Khaua Traditional Authority and Chief David Hanse of the Kharas Traditional Authority, and other chiefs and representatives of various traditional authorities in these areas. Honorable Chairpersons of the Kharas Regional Council, Honorable Joseph Isaac, the Chairperson of the Kharas Regional Council, and Honorable Gerson Dounsap, Chairperson of the Regional Council of Hardap, other chairpersons of the regional councils present here. Honorable Regional Councillors of Kharas Regional Council and Hardap Regional Council, Your Worship the Mayor of Keetmanshoop, Comrade Annalise Knows, other mayors of other towns of the two regions, Honorable Chairpersons of the village councils and Honorable local authority councillors, clergy of different denominations, in particular Bishop Emeritus Dr. Sifania Kameta and Reverend Dean Abelfries of Elseren Emmanuel Parish of Keetmanshoop, and other clergies present here of different denominations. Chief regional officers of the Kharas and Hardap regions and regional heads of the offices, ministries and agencies present in the region. Academia and educationalists and business fraternity present here. Dear mourners of Namibia, particularly mourners of the Kharas and Hardap regions, media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor to be the Director of Ceremonies at today's solemn proceedings. My name is Salman Damir Jacobs. I was the former Chief Regional Officer of the Kharas Regional Council and currently the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission. My co-director is Ms. Gaudentia Grone, former Mayor of Keetmanshoop and member of the Swapo Party Central Committee. We wish to thank the Honorable Governor for giving us this opportunity, including our national leadership and family who bestowed upon us this honor. We are gathered here at an occasion marked by sorrow, grief, and emptiness, where the region's Kharas and Hardap have been afforded an opportunity to mourn and celebrate in their special way about the homegoing of our beloved founding father and leader of the Namibian liberation struggle, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. The person we are mourning here, a formidable and a charismatic leader, and a celebrated Pan-Africanist, described from around the world by the world leaders, kings and queens, and heads of states and governments, as a person that is brave, courageous, strategist, architect of the liberation struggle, and that of the policy of national reconciliation, a fiery freedom fighter, and a refined statesman, among so many other accolades. These were true reflections of what his character was all about. His statue that was larger than life, an embodiment of so many diverse, complex, multitude of emotions and values, reflecting but summarizing his persona, man of vision, an epitome of completeness, qualities only achieved by a few mortals and few mortal beings of this world. There is a time to keep silent and a time to speak, according to the scriptures, and it is at such occasions like this that the divine wisdom of those words should come into play, where we are required to be quiet and still at this event, a time to listen and to be comforted. There will be those that will speak and guide us, comfort us, teach us, enlighten us, so that the true picture of this great man should be manifested to enable us to pay farewell homage to him. This is that opportunity. Let us listen to the words of those assigned to speak and those to perform. And let us be orderly, uphold decorum of this event so that we benefit maximally from being here. The program is set, and therefore it will be my honor to call on the first speaker to give us the welcoming remarks. Honorable Governor of the Kharas Region, Honorable Aleta Fredericks, will welcome all of us at this gathering. Honorable Governor. Di badaje kaisi kai thubi barang ngau di kabahu pavili ne ingwa kunjira kaisi thubi ada doh ngore kuasip ama ada doh ngore kuasip ama pavili ne ingwa kunjira thubi sida jira kaisi kai kuasip si kam sen stakan indoh ngakuna ngoro ngabang ngwa kai kunsina doh ngaktan sama karure kankans.
Thank you so much, Directors of Proceedings, for this opportunity that you have just accorded me to do the welcoming remarks. Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, please allow me, with your indulgence, to stand on the protocol that was already established by the Director of Proceedings. Good afternoon, everyone that is present here. We are gathered here at this solemn occasion in the Kharas region at the tail end of a formidable journey of the remains of a great man, our departed founding president and leader of the Namibian Revolution, Comrade Dr. Sam Sabishuna Nujoma. I wish to welcome you all to this gathering and to this event where we are afforded an opportunity to pay tribute and to bid farewell in a befitting manner as a final send-off to our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. This is an opportunity where the people of Kharas and Hardap regions can pay final respects, pray for his departed soul, and also to be comforted for us to reconcile with his homegoing. Finally, when everything is said and done, to resolve that we will continue with his legacy to collectively and as a nation work towards a better Namibia for all. Let me therefore convey our sincere condolences to the Nujoma and the Kontombolo families and entire Namibian nation on behalf of the residents of Kharas and Hardap regions, regional leadership, and indeed on my own behalf as the governor of this great region. We testify that he was, in the true sense of the word, a revolutionary leader and an exemplary statesman of note. The essence of what great and visionary leaders do and how they motivate others to follow was once described by John C. Maxwell, a renowned orator and writer, who said, and I quote, "A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and of course, shows the way," end of quote. This is exemplified by our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, who recognizes that to secure Namibia's independence, he needed to leave the country. He understood whom to approach and how to mobilize support for this cause. Through his strategic contacts, he successfully garnered the essential resources and backing required achieving our ultimate goal: the liberation of Namibia from the oppressive grip of the fascist and racist apartheid regime. Director of Ceremonies, Spirit Family, dear mourners, ladies and gentlemen, as Namibians, when we analyze how much sacrifices one has to endure to achieve a dream, we just have to visualize how he has traversed and navigated the global spheres of power, articulated the cause of Namibia, and convinced the world that there is some merit in his narrative of wanting to establish a sovereign and independent state. This freedom, this Namibia we call our home, did not come on a silver platter. Sacrifices were made. Many of our brave men and women lost their lives. Founding Father and many Namibians left this country because circumstances become unbearable as apartheid and imperialist forces persecuted them, and they left their homes to unknown destinations in search of solutions, I guess to find a way to liberate us and restore our dignity. The founding president emerged as a pivotal leader in the liberation struggle, carrying forward a torch ignited by our esteemed forebearers. He honored the legacy of great leaders such as Captain Hendrik Witbooi, Jacob Marengo, Jan Jonger Afrikaner, Samuel Mahere, Hosea Kutako, and many others who shaped our history and skillfully orchestrated negotiations that brought the urgent need for Namibia's independence to the forefront of global attention, urging world leaders and regional organizations to recognize its inevitability. We are here today to celebrate our admiration for his decisive leadership style, echoed worldwide in tributes that recognizes him as one equal in character and determination among Africa's greatest leaders. His unwavering conviction in education, youth, and women empowerment has had a lasting impact on our society. Director of Proceedings, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Kharas and Hardap regions have a lot to thank the founding president for. These regions are amongst those regions regarded as breadbaskets of our country. He saw economic and investment opportunities in these regions in the areas of mining, agriculture, tourism, fishing, manufacturing, value addition, and processing. Appropriate bilateral and multilateral agreements were entered into with diverse countries for export of Namibia's produce, and many products from these regions are sold on foreign markets. There was a time when the economy in Lüderitz faced significant challenge, necessitating urgent action to revive this coastal town. Pesco Nova, now known as Novanam, a Spanish company, expressed interest in investing in Namibia's fishing sector. They approached the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, to share their intentions of establishing fishing factories in the country, and in this case in Lüderitz, respectively. Without hesitation, President Nujoma encouraged them to set up such a factory in Lüderitz. This foresight and decisive intervention by the founding president transformed Lüderitz into a thriving fishing hub, creating numerous employment opportunities for both local residents and Namibians at large. Subsequently, the town diversified its economic activities to further enhance opportunities for its community. The mining sector, especially the diamond sector, and the birth of Namdeb are all thanks to the late founding president in the mining town of Oranjemund. Grape and date farmings along the Orange River are some of the thriving export products, all through active interventions of our late founding president, Dr. Sam Sapishuna Nujoma. The flourishing agricultural landscape of Hardap region can be largely credited to the proactive initiatives undertaken during the presidency of Sam Nujoma. Notably, ostrich farming and abattoirs once thrived in this area, with communal ostrich farming empowering numerous Namibians in the southern towns. Being a champion of education and cultural values, the Kharas and Hardap regions have established twinning agreements with various countries. These agreements, crafted and gazetted under the policies initiated during the tenure of our late founding president, enable residents and nationals to benefit from enhanced opportunities in education, culture, community tourism, and entrepreneurial exchanges. A visionary leader recognizing unity, peace, and stability as pillars of Namibia's prosperity and nation building. In his pursuit of national unity, he also introduced the National Reconciliation at Independence, which underscores his mantra, "One Namibia, one nation." This phrase encapsulates the idea of people standing together for the betterment of everyone, ensuring that they would always be victorious in their endeavors. Having listed to tributes and accolades of world leaders, his countless sacrifices and achievements were lauded by each and every one of those who spoke and sent messages of sympathy and paid tributes. Therefore, Director of Proceedings, we gathered here to honor the life of a visionary leader who profoundly believed in the power of traditional authorities as a cornerstone for fostering a deeply rooted, emotional, balanced, and cohesive society. He envisioned a society where every Namibian feels valued in their ethnicity and experiences a genuine sense of belonging in this beautiful land of the brave. Therefore, his unwavering faith in traditional authority leadership was instrumental in crafting the society he dreamed of, one that emphasizes the importance of cultural values and traditions. Our late founding president, Nujoma, lived a full life and showered us with his wisdom. Now his voice is silent forever. This is true in the words of the famous Greek philosopher in the person of Aristotle, who said that a true wisdom involves knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. He has spoken enough and has done a lot for the betterment of our country and our people. His voice is silent now. It is for us to continue his legacy and to emulate his examples. May his gentle soul rest in eternal peace, and may I use this opportunity once again to welcome each and every one at this solemn occasion, and I thank you.
Dear mourners, as already introduced by my co-director of ceremonies, my name is Kodensia Kroner, and I will be your director of ceremonies for this session. Therefore, the representative of the Chief Mourner, Honorable Mutorwa, allow me to continue with the program as is. Our next person on the program, there will be a slight change on the program. Our Bishop Emeritus, Dr. Sefania Kameta, is on his way. Therefore, he will give us the benediction, and then we will shift that part to Dean Reverend Pastor Fries of the Emmanuel Parish, Keetmanshoop, of the Lutheran Church, Keetmanshoop. Pastor Fries, you are called to the podium to give us the devotion and prayer. Thank you. Yeah, and before Pastor will take over, our governor will lead us to hymn 166 of the Elson hymn. Thank you, Governor. You will come and take us through. Thank you.
What a close Kinisam. Kau seeking or siptiske sats kutsikui hatidaningai. While everybody is on their feet, kau seeking or siptiske sats kutsikui ham. Seramang Sat wala kay kwite na dan istwis nga kawe ha. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Let me first thank the Director of Proceedings, the two directors, giving me this opportunity to do the devotion and prayer. Dear bereaved wife of our late founding president, Meme Kubambo Nujoma, the children, the extended family, the whole Namibian nation at large. Today, we are here to celebrate a life we live of our late, the first president of the Republic of Namibia, the first Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia. We are all in sorrow, in disbelief, but we are celebrating a life we love, a life who brings the liberation, the total liberation of this republic. Therefore, let me read together with you as a word of comfort to Meme Kubambo Nujoma in these dark hours of sorrow. Together of children, the Namibian nation, a fallen hero, Dr. Tate Kulu, Dr. Sem Sabishuna Daniel Nujoma. Read together with you from Psalm 121. A song for pilgrims ascending to Jerusalem. I look upon to the mountains. Does my help come from there? My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not let you stumble. The one who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel never slumbers or sleeps. The Lord himself watches over you. The Lord stands beside you as your protective shade. The sun will not harm you by day, nor the moon at night. The Lord keeps you from all harm and watches over your life. The Lord watches over you as you come and go, both now and forever. That's the scripture reading. Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, you are the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. You were there when Tate Kolo Nujoma was born, and you were there where he was departing from this world. Thank you, Lord, for your grace and love and mercy. Thank you that you have carried him through these difficult times. in his sickness also, Lord. We are gathered here to mourn about his departure. It's only you, O Lord, who can comfort the wife, the bereaved wife and the children, the entire Namibian nation. We cannot proceed without you. Therefore, my humble plea is to come and guide us. Guide the family, be the light in these dark times. When they are going to bury him Saturday, you will be there because you are the Alpha and Omega. Come and bless us with your presence and protect us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
We thank our governor who welcomed us to the homegoing celebration of our beloved founding father of the Republic of Namibia, the father of the nation, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. We also thank Dean Vries for the devotion and prayer. But we have a serious concern on my left side on the pavilion. There is too much noise. Hida kwasip kasada kari au ba kuibere. Hubi dagira makabai. Ons het gesien in ander regions dat die gemeenskap hulle se leier met respek vereer het. Dus vra ek dat ons asseblief aan my regterkant moet stil bly en luister na die boodskappe en die troostwoorde wat vandag sal uitgaan. Our beloved founding president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, the father of the Namibian nation, was more than a leader. He was a visionary who dedicated his life to the liberation and development of our country. His unwavering commitments to Namibia's independence and progress will forever be etched in our hearts. Therefore, we are here to celebrate his life. Our next speaker on our program who will do the eulogy is none other than our former governor, our former regional coordinator of the Hardap region, also a former member of parliament, Comrade Lucia Passon. She will come and do the eulogy for us. As ons nie verstaan nie, dit is die lofprysing wat ons vorige gouverneur van Kharas Region vir ons vandag sal kom gee. So dit is net belangrik dat ons moet stil bly en luister. Ada kare op. Ketiba da kuning hoop ngoras arma. Ina da kira mai aing ainiti. Sadati aing kihai governors. Comrade Lucia Pasonscha. Goeie kidang humisen tikare. Thais uba da haan kaisa. Comrade Lucia Passon, who are here to give us the eulogy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangola Bumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Chief Mourner, represented by Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable John Mutorwa, allow me to recognize the protocol as already established. Let me say the following before I start with what I'm supposed to do. It is an honor for me, bestowed by the family today, to present to you the genealogy of our dear President Sam Shavishuna Nujoma. And I'll take this task and then on behalf of the family. And then I thank you, my dear family. Fellow mourners, on February 9th, 2025, Namibia woke up to the sad news that the founding president, Dr. Sam Shavishuna Nujoma, was no more. The whole nation was saddened and devastated by this news. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding president was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him and Swapo, which he led for 47 years. In Namibia's first democratic election for our Constituent Assembly in 1989, Swapo won the elections. After adoption of the Namibian Constitution on 9 February 1990, President Sam Nujoma was unanimously elected by the National Assembly as the first president of the Republic of Namibia on 16 February 1990. On 21st March 1990, President Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of the Republic of Namibia by the United Nations Secretary General Javier Perez de Cola. He was re-elected for 2 more terms of office in 1994 and 1999 in recognition of his wise and dynamic leadership. Through his leadership, Swapo adopted the policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of Swapo's popular slogans under the motto, "One Namibia, one nation." Under his leadership, he successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by the rule of law. President Nujoma stepped down on 21st March 2005, handing over the instruments of power to his successor, His Excellency, President Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005. President Nujoma also served as the leader of the Swapo Party for 47 years and the only commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, Swapo's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of Swapo Party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the first president of the Swapo Party on 30th November 2007, handing over the instruments of power to his successor, His Excellency Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifices, unwavering commitment, and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the Swapo Party's 4th Congress in 2007. Founding President Nujoma was born on 12 May 1929 at Etunta village, Kharas Region, in the northwestern part of Namibia, to Tatekulu Daniel Utuni Nujoma and Mekulu Helpi Mpingana Kondombolo. President Nujoma's parents, like his grandfather and many generations before them, were born in Ukwampi district and were both from the royal families of the area. He was the first in a family of 11 siblings in the following order: Sam Shabishuna, Maria Nantingolo, Frida Nanjala, Sophia Napopye, Hiskia Asino, Monoshisho, Noach Malima, Stefan. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hiskia Asino, Munishisho, Noach Malima, Stephanus Omagano, David Elako, Ilya Shivute, and Julia Namokukva. His sister Maria, who was born after him, unfortunately died when she was a small child. Dr. Nujoma also lost his sister, Meme Sophia Asino, near Nujoma, to COVID-19 in September 2020, and in June 2024, he lost another sister, Meme Frida Nanjala Shikongo, near Nujoma. There were 6 males in total. One of his brothers, Elias Sivute Kanjeka, who also joined the liberation struggle in exile, unfortunately died in the struggle as a commandant of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN, Swapo military wing. With the passing of President Nujoma himself, there are now 2 males left: Tate Hiskia Asino Nujoma and Tate Noach Malima Nujoma. There were 5 females, and currently is only 1 female left. The last born, Meme Julia Namakuva Yampo, near Nujoma. As the eldest son, President Nujoma had to look after his siblings, even carrying the little ones on his back. Like all boys of those days, he also looked after his parents' livestock and assisted with home chores, including cultivating millet known as omahanku in the local language. President Nujoma received his primary education from Ogao Finnish Mission School from 1937 to 1945. In 1946, he moved to the coastal town of Walvis Bay to live with his aunt, Khaua Traditional. The following year, at the age of 17, he got his first employment in a store where he was earning a monthly salary of 10 shillings. It was in Walvis Bay that he got exposed to modern world politics when he met soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had been brought there during World War II. At the beginning of 1949, President Nujoma went to live in Windhoek with his uncle Hiskia Kondombolo after the passing on of his aunt Khaua Traditional, and started working for the South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in the Windhoek old location. He further studied for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College in South Africa. On 6 May 1956, President Nujoma got married to Madam Kovampo Theobaltina Kachimwine, who was born on 10th March 1933 in Windhoek. They had 4 children: Utoni Daniel, John Disisipanda, Zakaria Ndefunko, and a daughter, Nelako. Sadly, Nelako passed away when she was 18 months old, when President Nujoma was already in exile. With a deep passion for politics and yearning to see his people free from the restricted pass law system and confined according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics. At that time, the idea of Southwest African politics was still developing from 1947, when Chief Hosea Kutako, the paramount chief of the Ovaherero people, was visited by Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa, and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outside world and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest African freedom and independence by demanding the end of the South African colonial occupation and placing the then Southwest Africa under the United Nations trusteeship system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned the United Nations in the late 50s, together with Chief Hosea Kutako, Samuel Witpoe, Theophilus Hamutumpangela, and Tima Herman Toivo, among others. On 19 April 1959, President Nujoma co-founded the Ovambuland People's Organization, OPO, in Windhoek, together with Jacob Kahungua, and was elected as the president of OPO, marking a new chapter of organized resistance against settler colonial rule. At that time, African residents in the capital of Windhoek lived mainly in the so-called old location, which was close to the center of town, while contract workers were accommodated in a separate compound. The residents were supposed to relocate to a distant new township called Karitura. Subsequently, President Nujoma, together with Uwaya Kaukutu of Swanum and Moses Karoe and others, organized resistance against the forced removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Karitura, which was based on the apartheid policy of tribal and racial segregation. Protests against the forced removal escalated on 10 December 1959 when the police opened fire, killing 12 innocent people, among them Ana Kakurukave Mukunta, and wounding 44 others. After the massacre, President Nujoma was arrested and charged for organizing the resistance as the president of OPO, and was instrumental in mobilizing the workers to join OPO. By the directive of the OPO leadership and in collaboration of Chief Hosea Kutako, he went in exile with the assistance of Daniel Munamava. He crossed the borders into British Bechuanaland Protectorate on the 1st of March 1960. From Bechuanaland, he proceeded into southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then into northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and then into Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania. He then went through Kenya and Sudan, and in April 1960, he arrived in Accra, Ghana. While in Accra, there was a positive action conference in progress, organized by President Kwame Nkrumah against the French government's testing of the atomic bomb in the Sahara Desert, at the time when the Algerians were fighting for their independence. President Nujoma later attended the All-African People's Conference organized by President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, where he also met Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavupa from the Congo, as well as Frantz Fanon, representing the Algerian National Liberation Front, known as FLN. After Ghana, President Sam Nujoma proceeded to Liberia and finally reached the United States of America in June 1960, where he joined the late Mbrumba Kerina, who was already in New York, with Reverend Michael Scott, appearing before the United Nations Committee on Southwest Africa. He then petitioned before the United Nations Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, demanding the end of the South African colonial administration of Southwest Africa. Other Namibians who petitioned at that time were Reverend Marcus Koper from Wagenas, Hans Bekes and Ismail Fortune, Moses Karoe, and Sedekia Nkaverua reached the United Nations the following year in 1961. They all acted as a group and not as representatives of different parties. Meanwhile, Obo was renamed the Southwest African People's Organization, Swapo. On the 19th of April 1960, and President Nujoma was elected as the president of the movement in absentia. Early in January 1961, President Nujoma returned to Africa after he spent 6 months in New York and started to open Swapo's external offices starting in Dar es Salaam. At the beginning of March 1961, President Nujoma attended the third All-African People's Conference in Cairo, Egypt, which was hosted by President Gamal Abdel Nasser. President Nujoma requested President Nasser to offer the opportunity of military training to Swapo members, and Nasser assured him of such opportunities. During the course of the conference, President Nujoma met a representative from the Yugoslav government who invited him to Belgrade to meet President Joseph Broz Tito. He later attended the formation of the non-aligned movement in Belgrade in 1961. That same year, President Valimu Kabarange, Julius Nyerere, formed the Pan-African Freedom Movement of East, Central, and Southern Africa, known as PAF-MEXA, which played an important role by uniting the African liberation movements. In May 1963, President Nujoma went to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia to witness the formation of the organization African OAU. The OAU was formed by 32 African states. Later on, the OAU set up the African Liberation Committee, the OAU's Coordinating Committee for the Liberation of Africa, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam. The same year, President Nujoma opened Swapo office in Algiers at the time of the invitation of Ahmed Ben Bella, the first Prime Minister of independent Algeria. President Nujoma used that opportunity to lobby for military assistance for Swapo. President Nujoma was given 4 weapons, 2 Pepesa submachine guns, and 2 TT pistols, with spare magazines, which he carried in a bag all the way from Algeria to Dar es Salaam. With those weapons, Swapo was able to launch the first action of the armed liberation struggle on 26 August 1966 at Umkulumbase in Kharas Region. In March 1966, in a bid to test South Africa's claims at the International Court of Justice at The Hague that Namibians in exile were free to return. President Nujoma, accompanied by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, chartered a plane to Windhoek. On arrival at the airport, they were arrested and deported back to Zambia on 21st March 1966. After the Battle of Umgulumbase, many Swapo leaders were detained and put on trial under the South African Terrorism Act, which was rushed through Parliament in June and gazetted retrospectively in 1962 to enable the South African courts to sentence Swapo freedom fighters to death. Among them was the late comrade Andima Herman Tweewiya Twebo, who was later sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Under President Nuyoma's leadership, from 26 December 1969 to 2nd January 1970, Swapo held its consultative Congress at Tanga in Tanzania, which helped the movement to have that have shaped him into a remarkable individual that he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who cross his path to live with joy, gratitude, and a heart full of love. The founding President legacy stretches across all the generations, forming a formidable bridge between the 20th and the 21st centuries, between old and young, between the generation of the liberation struggle and the born free. His journey through the 9.5 decades is a testament to the power of human resilience and the wisdom that comes with age. During his lifetime, President Nujoma was bestowed with numerous honors and awards for his outstanding leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, President Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary doctorate degrees, more than 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenship of cities such as Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, and the city of East Palo Alto in the United States of America. Before I conclude, allow me to quote his iconic quotes, only 2 of them. And I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common goal, good for all the members of the society, will always emerge victorious." And the other one is, "A nation without culture is like a tree without root. When the wind blows, it uproots that tree." End of quote. His Excellency President Sam Nujoma. His Excellency President Sam Nujoma is survived by his dear wife, Madam Theopodina Povampo Nujoma, and 3 children. They were also blessed with 24 grandchildren and 11 great-grandchildren. President Nujoma is also survived by 3 siblings and many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. May the soul of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma rest in eternal peace. Go well, our founding father and leader of the Namibian Revolution. I thank you. Sema olibeni helula pamtela, sema olibeni helula pamtela, helula pamtela, oya Namibia, helula pamtela, oya Namibia, sema olibeni helula pamtela, sema olibeni helula pamtela, helula pamtela, oya Namibia, helula pamtela, oya Namibia, sema
Thank you. Hello. Hello, hello. Mic. Ephraim, the mic, is it working now? Hello? Ephraim, the mic is not working. Hello, hello, hello.
Sy krag het weer getrip.
Thank you very much, our former governor, for the eulogy that you gave us. I cannot remove, I can also not add. All what you said was truth. I also want to add to say that our late president was also the patron of the Keetmanshoop Municipality Mayor Trust as from September 2018. And I also want to add the code, to the code which was used by our former governor, which I want to say that these words continue to inspire us today as we reflect on his remarkable legacy. Our late founding father, Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma, the President of the Republic of Namibia. He led us to the political independence on 21st March 1990. He always reminded us that the struggle was not over. He believed that the true freedom could only be achieved when all Namibians had of our Bishop Emeritus, Dr. Stefania Kameta. We acknowledge your presence. Welcome. Thank you very much. And from here, after the brass band, I will give the floor again.
Thank you very much, Nampol Brass Band. Honorable Governor mentioned that Kharas and Harda regions have a lot to thank the founding president for. That statement is very much true, as our late founding father, when he narrates history, has always ensured that he acknowledged roles played by those who preceded him. Names like Captain Hendrik Witbooi, Jacob Marengo, Samuel Witbooi, Marcus Witbooi, will always feature in some of his statements. When we heard about Samuel Witbooi and Marcus Koper that were mentioned in Eulogy, these are two sons of this soil, both from Hardap region. Samuel Witbooi is mentioned as one of the petitioners who petitioned United Nations together with our predecessors. He was one of the captains of the Witbooi Khaua clan, known by the name Slachter. Reverend Marcus Koper, while he's from Waganas, was once banned by the apartheid forces and dumped at a barren, open, rural field together with his wife and children. That story of how he was persecuted, how he left his family and left his country until he ended up at UN, will be a story for another day. Interestingly, when he arrived in New York, he was received by our founding father, Sam Nujoma, and Burumba Gerina, who met him at the New York airport. That story needs to be told. And therefore, I'm calling on our new or our next speaker, who will commence with the tributes, by giving a message on behalf of the Veterans Association. Comrade Blasius Stephanus, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear mourners. Allow me, please, to observe the protocol as already been established by the directors of ceremonies. Madam Kovambo Nujoma, children through the Honorable Utoni Nujoma, bereaved Nujoma Kotombolo families. I am standing here on behalf of the President of the NNLVA and all the veterans to pay tribute in honor of our late Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, the founding father and the President of the Namibian nation. As veterans, we feel honored to be accorded this opportunity to share our tribute to the loss of our liberation icon and Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan. I am doing this on behalf of all the veterans of the national liberation struggle, indeed on my own behalf. The Plan combatants have contributed immensely to the cause of national liberation struggle. They left their families behind to go and fight for the independence of Namibia. Some of these people did not return home. Some came back disabled. Here it is not even possible to mention the nature of disabilities these people came back with. And some could not get employment at the independence due to old age. They fought until they got old. The sacrifices made by all veterans of the national liberation struggles is immeasurable. Therefore, the Namibian nation is forever indebted to these heroes and heroines. Hence, the independence of Namibia would not have been achieved without the assistance of the Namibian masses who helped Plan combatants through various means, for which most of these people have been accorded the veteran status by the Namibian government as veterans of the national liberation struggle. Now, there is a misconception we have got two veteran associations, in fact, which is very clearly defined. We have got the Plan Combatants Association of Namibia Liberation Veterans. That is the FPCA, which stands for Former Plan Combatants Association. And then we have got the NNLVA. These are the two different, the NNLVA stands for Namibia National Liberation Veterans Association. These are two different veteran associations. Why? Because the Former Plan Combatant Association is affiliated directly to the Swapo Party, because these are the people who were directly at the gunpoint against the enemy. And this is headed by Admiral Right Major General Nipandwa as the chairperson. The NNLVA is currently headed by Comrade Ben Sigovelo Sikongo as the president. The main purpose of the Namibia National Liberation Association is to represent the interests of all veterans of the national liberation struggle, irrespective of their political affiliation, and to serve as a transmission belt between government authorities responsible for veterans and the veterans on matters concerning or affecting the interests and the welfare of veterans. So NRLVA does not fall under the Department of Veteran Affairs as perceived by many. It's an independent organization. Today we are mourning a unique Namibian hero whose contributions to the cause of our independence cannot be quantified. The liberation struggle credentials of late founding president and father of the Namibian nation, our commander-in-chief, is incomparable. The contributions made by the gallant son of the soil and the hero of the Namibian revolution, lying before us here, should be put on record and be documented for both the current and the future generations. As the saying goes in the Proverbs 19 verse 21, many are the plans of man, but the purpose of God prevails. In Afrikaans, baie is die planne of die gedagtes in 'n man se hart, maar die raad van God, dis wat bestaan. Ek het dit spesiaal in Afrikaans vertaal, omdat ons vandag in Keetmanshoop staan. We are standing today in Keetmanshoop. Before the struggle started in the mid-60s, there was the first part of the struggle against the German colonialism of Namibia. Now, during that time, Keetmanshoop and the south was the epicenter of these struggles. This is around here, as has been mentioned quite several times already, and even the founding father lying here, whenever he came to Keetmanshoop, conducting meetings, he never lost his sight and memory of what could have happened and of what has actually happened in the south during those days of the severe and very difficult war struggle here in the south. And the two names, many have been mentioned, but they were coming later. But the two names that were actually servicing on top, on the tongue of Comrade Nujoma, when he was narrating the wars of the South against the German colonialists, was Comrade late Captain Hendrik Witbooi and the gallant son, who has never signed any treaty with the Germans, the great commander of the Bondelswarts uprising, Jacob Marenga. And on this note, I would say our founding father had one capability. When he was speaking, you could not even close your eyes. You were actually supposed to stand on your toes. So lively he was telling the stories, as if even he was involved himself there. And I can remember one day he was conducting a meeting here, but unfortunately, I like this setup here because it's quite away from the noises, and you could not see unnecessary things from close by. But that day, unfortunately, he was speaking there, close to the fence, and he was so passionately narrating the wars and the characters of these fallen heroes, Jacob Marenga and Hendrik Witbooi. And he was so intensely busy with the narrations. And he was saying, I like emulating people sometimes. And the Hendrik Witbooi and Jacob Marenga, they fought the wars vigorously against the colonialists. And they died as brave men. But the moment he wanted to say they died as brave men, there was one guy. He was so intoxicated and he was moving along the fence like this. And at that instant, he looked down and he said, I would say, he wanted to say, or he actually said, they died as brave men and not as drunkards. So he despised the misuse of alcohol. And that reminds me about also a fallen hero of a foreign country, Comrade Bob, Comrade Mugabe, when he said, we grow tobacco, we don't smoke it, but we are selling it. I think Comrade Nujoma would also have liked if we could treat alcohol the same way. Many beautiful things have been said about the struggle for independence over Comrade Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army. With the achievement of the independence, the then plan became the Namibian Defence Force that we see today in action, which he still was the Commander-in-Chief for 15 years onwards as the President of Namibia. And as it was put clearly in the eulogy, since 2005, he became the father of the nation, accorded this title by the ex-president, former president, Comrade Dade Bohamba. And I suppose he was an honorary commander together with the presidents that followed. Comrade Nujoma was a student himself who took upon himself lessons from the previous warriors against colonialism. He mastered the guerrilla warfare tactics from those gallant sons of the Bondelswarts, Jacob Marenga, and the Hendrik Witbooi from the Thoveson clan. And he did not just master these plans. He transferred them in his own command in plan. And that was a guerrilla war tactic. And he was so passionate about telling us about this guerrilla war tactic. When the enemy advances, you retreat. And when the enemy relaxes his attack, then you attack. That was a guerrilla war tactics. Nujoma is no more. His voice is silent. But what legacies did he leave for us behind? Many has also been said. I don't want to delve into this too many or too deep. I would just highlight these achievements. If we talk about education, we can self-confess. I don't need to tell you. There was no university in Namibia before independence. There was only a college, as I can remember. Now, today, we have got the University of Namibia. We have got the Polytech, which became later the Technical University of Namibia. And then I go to help, and then many classrooms, many hostels have been built. I don't need to tell you these things, but these are the legacies that have been left behind us by our late father. Health, I don't need to tell you. We have seen. There have been hospitals coming. The Midi City has been coming. The Lady Bohamba Hospital has been coming. So our treatment facilities have bedded, and the ambulance system has also been bedded. The infrastructure development that has been left mostly during the period of the late father. The rural electrification, the MTC networks. That those days we grew up, you could even see how the road was standing due to the telephone poles that was planted along the roads. These things are no more. But that was the only guideline for the road, but during the night you could not say which places were. Today we can, with glad hearts, say this is which place this is, because it's all over visible during the night. These are the legacies that have been left for us. Infrastructure development, among others, the tarred roads and the gravel roads, how improved they have been. The Trans-Kalaris, the Trans-Caprivi, and even the gravel roads that have been improved. But I think the greatest legacy he left for us, but I think he left this with a discomfort, because he was not sure whether he has achieved that goal. And that is always he was preaching about, we must be a self-feeding, self-sufficient feeding nation. We must not rely on food from other countries. That was the plea of Tade, founding father Nujoma. Now I am coming to a very sensitive point. I think this is the last, as I'm approaching the end. And before I do this, if possible, I would call upon all the veterans and ex-plant combatants who might be present here, just to stand up so that the people can see whom I am talking about. I would like to say the following, whilst they are still standing. I hope if you are not too weak, you can stand. You can remain standing. As a benevolent leader, having a sharp vision for solving problems, because he was seeing into the future, and as I can almost imagine when he was combating these people, there were certain promises, because the people were fighting for nothing else but land. Isn't it? The fight was about land, Namibia. And these people, we have seen in many countries like Zimbabwe and so on, that these people, after a certain short period of time, they got fed up with the slacking process of getting access to land. And the land grab process started, which later caused the demise of many of these countries. But as a visionary leader, Comrade Nujoma embarked upon a policy of national unity. And this was knowing, he did this knowing that he is going to disappoint certain people. And these are the people, the group of us, who fought for this land. But some people misunderstood this policy of national reconciliation. I want to be very specific on this. People misunderstood this. And this was not only to manipulate us, but it was also, as we know, the time the struggle was at its most heat. There were people opposing the independence of this country. But as has been said, that Comrade Nujoma was a very tolerant and non-grudges man. He was not carrying grudges against anybody. So he wanted to include, he had a vision of inclusive Namibia. That's why he embarked upon the policy of national reconciliation. But there are people who misunderstand this thing, or having a misconception about this policy of national reconciliation. And that put all of these people, whether you have been in front of the gun point, or at the battlefront, or whether you are a veteran of the national liberation struggle, and whether you are just an ordinary citizen, all of us are treated equally. Yeah. But now the problem is these people, as we have heard, some are disabled, but this policy are used by many people as a gateway to use it as a mockery at these ex-plant combatants who are disabled, belittle them, underestimate them, and this is very painful because we are very much indebted to these people. These are the liberation heroes. So we are just making a clarion call on the Namibian people. Because the Comrade Nujoma also said, we must unite. Unity without respect is meaningless. So let's respect each other in this union. And then they have also made policies allowing for these people to be assisted when they go and knock at the office doors of, or at the doors of offices, agencies, and ministries for assistance. Please treat them fairly as human beings and help where it is possible. Let the soul of our gallant son of the soil, our late Commander-in-Chief and the founding father of our nation, rest in eternal peace. We salute you, comrade. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Blasius Stephanus, Regional Coordinator of the Veterans Association. As you mentioned, our founding president was the epitome of national unity and national reconciliation. And he always acknowledged those that make sacrifices in different ways. Just to imagine what our people went through to achieve this independence. Various people, different people of our country made personal sacrifices. There were those who went out, slept in the darkness of night, hungry, cold, but guarding the frontiers so that enemy will not infiltrate those camps, and ultimately they will defeat the enemy in order to win the freedom, and we will gain liberation and dignity we fought for, including the land for which we fight so much for. History is who we are and why we are the way we are, was once said by the American historian David McCullough. History is who we are and why we are the way we are. And that message, when we look at our contributions, the kind of person Nujoma was, selfless, sacrificing for a goal that many of us did not understand. A goal where he had to make certain choices while he was alone. The other day he was talking about, he came to these people, he did not know how to approach them because he wanted to go from Tanzania to Egypt, but he doesn't know how to talk to them, so he learned few words of Arabic so that he can talk to them, and maybe through that he will achieve, or he will get them to understand, to put him on that aeroplane. He learned few words, and he was speaking about those words, Kaifa haluka, and he was speaking, Ya halla, Ya halla, those words of the Arabs. And these Arabs, when they heard these words, they were very happy, and they said, no, you can come and sit here, no problem, we'll go together. That's the way he arrived in Egypt. He did not go there for his personal reasons because he wanted to buy a few items to come and sell here. He was going there to talk to the people about the struggle Namibians were facing, so that he could get support from them in order to give over to our compatriots that were fighting in the battlefield. So many people made different sacrifices in different ways. And the veterans of today are recognized because of those sacrifices they make. It is said that the first bullet that was fired in Namibia was done in the southern part of Namibia. Nujoma was at the forefront of always mentioning it. Because on the 12th April, 1893, 12 April, the Germans come from all directions in order to come and wipe out Captain Hendrik Witbooi, because he didn't want to sign the peace treaty. They came, they fired, and when everything was done, more than 100 women, children, elderly, and disabled people were killed, and more than hundreds wounded. Hendrik Witbooi and his fighters escaped unharmed, and they were able to attack them later through guerrilla warfare. But what is significant is these are events that we have to acknowledge and that in our veteran status we have to mention them. There are those who also did a lot of things in this country. When many of our national leadership used to come to the Kharas and the Hardap regions in the late 70s and the 80s to come and hold meetings, they were sleeping in the houses of our comrades. There were no Swapo offices that time. They couldn't trust the hotels, so they were sleeping in the houses of our comrades. And when we look at some of the comrades that are still around and you ask them whether they received veteran status, and they are saying, no, we did not. One wonders whether history is told the way Sam Nujoma would have wanted it to be told, so that history can be told the way we were, the way we are, and ultimately for us to be compensated accordingly. Let me continue and call the next speaker, who will give us the message on behalf of the family. The message on behalf of the family will be by Mr. Matti Asino, a family member, and we called our brother Matti Asino to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to give a tribute on behalf of the family, on behalf of Mekulu, on behalf of my brothers, Utoni and Nefungo, my aunties, uncles, grandchildren, and the whole family. So much was said already. In fact, perhaps I'll just repeat what was said before, but I decided just to conclude, because really the South has been the epitome of the struggle that our uncle Tatekulu has launched, and it just need to be recorded and written properly. As my comrade here, the master of ceremony, was narrating, it's worth to take time and really put it down on paper, so that the future generation can have that roots, that indeed the struggle was also intense here in the South.
More into the mic.
Yeah, I'll just start with saying that Tatekuru has actually not died. He passed on to the other world, and we are left behind. I'm sure our time will come one by one. We as a nation must act just like the military here. We must work together as one. We must be able to operate and march to the greatness of this country. We must know what we do as Namibians. Namibians must do what they do. Don't wait to be told again anything else. You must just stand up and do what you must do. You have been told already so to perform your duties as a citizen. We have enjoyed so much of the peace that we really are fed up. We are fed up, we are full. We even have begged. This analogy to say we really enjoy our peace and we must continue to enjoy the peace. But we must not overdo it. We must not throw up. We must maintain the peace. Let us take solace that as of today, we must work even harder to perform all duties we tasked with, to please the soul, the spirit of our late Tatekulu. He is an immortal from the past, present, and future. He is looking to each and every one of us to do the right thing. Let us wear the Nujoma tenacity to continue the fight for our liberty, peace. Let us unite and let us work in unison. Let's make Namibia a great country. We must not be selfish in this quest. Let us love each other and continue in peace. I'll thank you.
The sound system is not functioning properly, so much so that the people behind are not hearing. Can sound engineers please come around and help us to get the sound system right? Thank you very much, Brother Asino, for the message on behalf of the family. Let us move on to the next item, which is message by Chief Johannes Isaak of the Khaua Traditional Authority. Chief Johannes Isaak.
Osina ere Otarango, Otarango, Otani, Satsta, Mi Pate, Otani, Satsta, Au Kate, Otarango, Otarango, Otani, Satsta, Mi Pate, Otani, Satsta, Au Kate, Otarango, Otarango, Matitaniti, Sataango, Tiku, O Sina, Erea, O Otarango, Otarango.
Good afternoon. The bereaved Nujoma and Kondombolo families, the grieving nation of Namibia, distinguished guests, allow me to acknowledge the established protocol. Director of Ceremonies, I am extremely humbled for the opportunity to offer. Okay, sorry. Should I start again? Am I close enough? Thank you. Allow me to acknowledge the established protocol. Director of Ceremonies, I am extremely humbled for the opportunity to offer a few remarks as we bid farewell to a great statesman, an icon of the Namibian struggle, a true son of the soil. Since his passing on Saturday night on 8th of February 2025, numerous memorials have been held in his honor. Much has been talked about the life of this remarkable person in the person of Dr. Sam Nujoma. In fact, nearly everything has been said. He has been lauded for his qualities, his immense sacrifices in pursuit of the freedom and nationhood, most of which I agree wholeheartedly. There is very little I can add. To avoid distorting and perhaps contradicting what has been said already, I will refrain from dwelling on this remarkable journey. However, when I was informed that I would be tasked to make a statement on behalf of the traditional authorities in the southern regions, I paused for a moment to reflect. What could I say to offer a fitting farewell to a statement of Dr. Nujoma's caliber? How can we best honor his memory? To do justice to this task assigned to me, I found myself reflecting on his life, searching for something fundamental, something that could guide us today and be a tool for future generations. I sought a lesson that could help us to navigate the challenges we face as Namibians, particularly as traditional communities and leadership. Director of Ceremonies, you would agree with me that our founding president held great admiration and respect for our culture, tradition, and heritage, and by extension, traditional communities and their leaders. Our late departed Captain Stephanus, may his soul rest in peace, often spoke of the special respect with which our founding president treated traditional leaders during the frequent visits to his office. Indeed, a clear testimony to his respect and love for them. Returning to my dilemma of what to say at this occasion, the word unity came to mind. This was especially in the light of one of his mantras, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious," close quote. In that moment, I realized that my dilemma has been resolved. It was clear to me that unity is the lesson we must take from Dr. Nujoma's life. The statement by our late father is instructive. I am therefore compelled to ask, are we as leaders truly striving for the common good of all members of society? In particular, are we as traditional leaders doing enough to unite our people? Are we placing the interests of our communities above our own interests? Perhaps this moment, as we pay homage to our great statesmen, the opportune time to pause and reflect and try to answer that question. Director of Ceremonies, let us honor the legacy of this giant, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, by uniting for the common good of our people. Okay. Director of Ceremonies, let us honor the legacy of this giant, Dr. Sam Nujoma, by uniting for the common good of our people. By doing so, we will emerge victorious in keeping with the wishes of our founding father of the nation. May the Almighty Father and the most merciful God grant the son of the soil, grant his soul, Dr. Sam Nujoma, everlasting peace. And I thank you. As knipti, omsa knip ngasare, it come up, nit kari up tisa, kangams.
Thank you very much, Chief Johannes Isaak of the Khaua Traditional Authority. I want to make once more the appeal that something is not right with the mic and that people behind are not hearing properly. So if something can be done about it. Thank you very much. We moved on to the next speaker, and that is the message from Honorable Joseph Isaac, Chairperson of the Kharas Regional Council. Honorable Joseph Isaak.
Kay ayos kangan. Kay tsekang ay. Goeiemiddag. Ada tabe dugu. Kay tsekang ay. Thank you very much. Have kay kuyaw of kay kuyaw sila dira kangan. Turo say ne aing handu aroma. Kay kay dago ida sina maroe ma karu ka aroma. Nida gara min kau nida kundi karu ba ma swabe lagi kana ma kau ma ukata gara nama ko kau van ni lagi ni saides ngaha namang hub nga lagi ha sida ge namang kan ni leke ka ba ko tiu naman na mi ba ga sini naman ang ending unika tabe de ngahusa tabe de kata je ko tiu naman huige sida ge ngama ga aku ko kay quiz kabang ko Niomas insting au queen naman biya ding ais yang wasara tawidi tirami ada queen ai khari ne sunu ne da ko manga chine tawidi ngahus ne ko sara taba is aroma sara kaske an ne koe soros tare sem nuyomatis empie uis vain abi emperen ne ba an ko di na gere mu armas ti empie ne huba di ba kun kera an aroma sada ne ti ko sema tin e bara kan khaisa empie di kun aroma dar ombol ek net se ek het ook hierdie man geken tidak sing gene ko baging ni keni gehoor toe ek maar baie klein kind was ora ge tidak sina gene ko kan ngau sida ge ne ko khara ka gere ngau van twee verskeie bedelings af het ons van sem gehoor sem het dat gere ngau sem gen go ba go gen wadi tin ye ku groep sa gere me sem is a communist or same is a dictator. The other group said is a brave man. He wants to go and fight for his people. That's why he left the country. So ngadi ngama nga siya je kai ons het so groot geword met twee verskillende versions van hierdie man. As ek die waarheid kan sê, het ek niemand behalwe Sem geken of gehoor van die mense wat die land verlaat het nie. En so het ek van Sem gehoor, my oma Katrina Isaac, gebore Goliath, wat volgende man 102 jaar oud was 'n groot Swapo. En sy is die ene wat hierdie man aan my voorgehou het deur die gesprekke wat sy met die ander ouer garde gevoer het. En so het ons een kant het ons bang geraak vir die man, ander kant was ons bly vir die man, volgens die versions wat na ons toe gekom het. Toe ons hoërskool toe gaan, die skool se naam is Janiel, in die 80er jare, toe sien ons dat die vorige regering het jong seuns wat sonder 6, wat vandag graad 8 is, bereik het hulle jaarliks gerekruut vir die weermag. En omdat ek hierdie Sem Nujoma gehoor het ek net besluit ek sal nie weermag toe gaan nie. Maar die probleem was, elke jaar Januarie maand as die skool open, het die manne gekom van die weermag en jy moes 'n vorm invul. En toe ek die vorms invul, het ek al die skelmpies my vorm gevat en gevou en in my sak ingesit en uitgestap. As hulle man terugkom om die mannetjies te kom haal, was ek nooit op die lys van die manne wat gerekruut is nie. So het ek 3-4 jaar weggekruip om nie na die weermag toe te gaan nie. Niks anders nie. Dis oor hierdie groot man wat die naam Sem Nujoma is. Ek is vandag hier om namens die Regional Council, Kharas Regional Council, 'n huldeblyk te gee vir so 'n man. Ons weet ook, my mense, dat ons het nadat sy teruggekom het en ons het die land gekry, of voor ons die land gekry het Nujoma in Keetmanshoop gekom met sy campaignveldtog. En hy het hier op hierdie stadium, die ander kant se vlak, het hy 'n groot vergadering gehou. Dit is waar ons en van ons mense vir die eerste keer fisies gesien het, nadat hy teruggekom het en die grond kom gegroet het. Dit is van hierdie man wat ons vandag praat. En ons sal almal van hierdie founding father praat. Ons sal van hierdie statesman praat. Ons sal van hierdie president praat. Ons sal sy voorbeelde van mekaar voorhou. Maar daar is baie dinge wat ons van hierdie man kan leer. There are so many things that we could and we can learn from this man. Because there were so many critics against him, but also there were praises towards him. And so it was not upon anybody to either reject his leadership or to accept his leadership. And so some of us really, as we were looking on this man, see how firm this founding father was. The founding father was a man. His gender is a man. So, therefore, we are here this afternoon, particularly to the southern people, to come and pay homage to this iconic, gallant man that stood up whilst he was alone in the coastal world of Erongo. We learn today, and we learn all along through his history, that the founding father, then Nujoma, were met with other politicians, the modern day politicians, and he went out of the country just for the sake of freeing and liberating this country from a colonial imperialist. And so today, as much as we are enjoying this independence and as much as we accord this achievement and attainment of the freedom for all, we are also cognizant that in his view, the founding father was always advocating that we must be sustainable, a self-sustaining country. He has the dream that we must have the economic emancipation. We must be self-sustainable and the nation must feed themselves. And that dream is still ongoing. We are aware that this country is a country full of resources. And these resources was only with the white minorities before independence. And when we gain and attain independence, we see that the economic drive has changed to the black people, to us. And the economy is in our hands, yet the dream of the founding father has not been attained fully. And as much as we sing the songs of praises for our president, our late president and founding father, we need to realize that there is work in front of us. There's one thing that he was also articulating, and it was already mentioned by my previous speakers, as unity of purpose. He wants the Namibians to be united. That's why we as Namibians, although we are different tribal groups, we have only one national anthem. We have only one national flag. And so all of us are subjected to this national anthem and national flag as the president envisaged in his struggle for freedom. He and other men and women stood firm next to him in order to liberate this country so that we have freedom of expression. We have the freedom to say, to apply our minds to the subject that is to our disposal. And therefore, we have appreciation. We embrace the achievement and the attainment of independence that was brought. And as long as we are going to speak about Namibian independence, we will always think about our belated founding father, President Sam Nujoma, because he was the first president ever in Namibia under a democratic leadership. And so for that reason, we have something to tell. There is a Namibian story across the world. There is a Namibian story even across the country that we need to tell. And our hearts must be united and bind in that appreciation. But we will fail the statement when we did not help each other as a nation. We will fail this man if all of us as Namibians are not going to get the fruits of independence. We will fail this man if we are not all of us sharing equally in the resources, economic resources of this country. We will fail, I mean, our songs will be void and meaningless if we selectively give the portion to certain people and abandon the others. That we will fail. And as much as I'm singing the songs of this hero, this iconic gallant person, I will still sing beyond his death that we that remain behind and every leader that remain behind must stand up and fight for the economic emancipation. For who? For who? For who? We need to identify each of us and see who has already accessed the resources and who is still coming to access. If we are singing these songs of Namibian, we are Namibians, we must not be tribalists, we must not be racist, it's true. That is what the song what Sam was singing. Our founding father sang that song. And I would like to say, let the soul of our iconic first president rest in peace, because he knows that the leaders that he leaves behind are the ones that will work tirelessly for the economic emancipation of his people. God bless Sam Nujoma, God bless Namibia, God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the message by Honorable Joseph Isaac, the Chairperson of the Kharas Regional Council. Now we go to the next item, which is the performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. Performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. Thank you very much. Namibian Defence Force Military Band. We have the honor to go to the next message of tributes that we are receiving. And the next message is from the Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, Comrade Mathew Mumbala of the Kharas Region, and he will be accompanied by the Swapo Party Regional Executive Committee. Message by the Swapo Party Regional Coordinator, Comrade Mathew Mumbala.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceeding. As we mourn the unifier, before I do that, can I have Comrade Joplin Condes joining me here, the coordinator of HALDAP, then the national leader assigned to Kharas, please. Thank you once again. I know I allocated about 20 minutes to stand here to salute our leader. Therefore, I need also to share this minute with Comrade Chief Herze. The Herze, can you come?
Comrade Chief. Nujoma was a command, and I'm commanding you. I give you 5 minutes. No. Yes. Teach.
Thank you very much for such a short but instructive way that I've been called. I thank you very much, Directors of Proceedings, for this moment to share a word of two on behalf of the Habobe family, Velskundras, and also indeed on behalf of the Southern Traditional Communities Foundation, STCF. Our message will be very shortened. A Dwayne has fallen. And I ask you to allow me to observe the protocol as established at the commencement of this program. I extend my revolutionary greetings to all of us gathered here at this solemn moment, as well as to those who are joining us through the various media platforms. My fellow countrymen and women, today we gather to celebrate the life of a giant, a man whose selfless sacrifices shaped the destiny of our nation. The freedom we enjoy today was not handed to us on a silver platter. It was not a gentle stroll in the park. It was a war of pain, a war of agony, and a war of sacrifice. The struggle to liberate and give birth to a free sovereign Namibia was no child's play. It was a revolution. I will fast forward. When the suffering of the oppressed people of the then Southwest Africa reached its peak, our late President Sam Nujoma did the extraordinary. He stood against the fully armed and powerful South African regime. For our founding president, the liberation of Namibia was his first and last calling. He embodied the unfiltered bravery and resolve of his forebearers, who stood firm against German and Dutch colonial occupation and endured relentless assaults on our people and our land. The struggle to liberate Namibia was steep and brutal. It demanded everything: tears, blood, and even lives. It was a war where mothers wept and fathers fell in a battle. Yet through it all, President Nujoma stood firm in his resolve to free Namibia and its people. We will never forget the days when shadows darkened our land and when hope seemed like a distant dream. In those dark times, we used to sing Sema Uribeni. But these were not just words. It was a battle cry. A call to regain hope and forward, a forging forward in our struggle for independence. When we call the name of our heroes, it was not just names, they were symbols of courage, resilience, and an unyielding spirit that refused to be broken. Today, as we bid farewell to our founding father, we remind ourselves never to forget the price he and others paid to give birth to the free and peaceful nation we proudly call Namibia. President Nujoma was not a saint, but he was a revolutionary leader who understood the complexities of war and nation building. He led the foresight of a Namibia where all his people, regardless of their past, could forge ahead together to create a haven for peace, unity, and prosperity. Comrade President, with your passing, Namibia issues a renewed call to action to its people. It's a call for unity, brotherhood, and concerted efforts to address pressing issues such as land reform and the improvement of livelihoods. We must work tirelessly to redirect Namibia towards a future where the wealth and resources of our nation are shared equitably. Ensure that every citizen benefits from the fruits of our land. Rest in power, our founding president, father of the Namibian nation. Your courage, leadership, and love for Namibia will ever inspire generations to come. Our revolution does not end here. It lives on in us, forward, always forward, until the dream is won. And I thank you.
Directors of Proceeding, Chief Mourners, Comrade President Nangoro Mbumba, represented by Comrade John Mutorwa, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, the Nuyoma's family, Kondoboro family, Musimba family, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, Chief of the Namibian Force, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, who is also a Chief Military Mourner in this occasion, and all the security service characters. In particular, I would like to single out General Njara, who is here, and the Commissioner Katamira, as they are the men who had been on the ground here together with us. I recognize you. Then, dear mourners, allow me to recognize the protocol that was established by the directors of ceremony. We are gathered here united in our desire to grieve a loss of extraordinary comrade, commander, revolutionary, a liberator, a founder, president, our very own founding president of the Swapo Party, founding president of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma. Comrade Nujoma is the foremost outstanding hero of Namibia revolution. Comrade Nuyoma's death is profound losses, not only to his family, but to all of us. Although no word can really help to ease the pain and losses of collective beer, his family must know that they are very close in our thought and prayer. We pray that God will comfort you and will sustain you both during the mourning period and in the future. I served in Swapo Party structure since the days when I was in exile, and he single-handedly led us through unity of purpose, inspiration, hope and solidarity, and he was solid with a hope. Again here in Kharas during my days as elected local authority councillors, represented the party, Comrade Nujoma, as a president when visiting in the region. He used to exchange valuable information as to how to advise our party and the government developmental agenda. In particular, how can we best serve poor people and improve their plight. To tell you, nobody can challenge me that only Sema Nujoma, whose students sleep 4 days in Helsinki, 4 days in Helsinki, there was no building. It was only a small house. Nujoma went there and sleep there. Even ministers now, nobody sleep for consecutive, more than 2 days, even 3 days. Nujoma sleep there to make sure that that project is taken to the ground. He left us there. he went, Matti Asino is here, one of the nephew. When he went to Komsberg, we were saying, Tatekuru, what is he really trying to do? We are here, but now we went with a chopper to Komsberg. Komsberg today is a farm for dates, farm for grapes. And he was assigning leaders of the Kharas region to be part of that. I don't know today whether they are there. This is Nujoma, who was a leader trying to save his nation from all the corner of these 4 countries, west, south, east, north. That is same Nujoma. As now I'm talking, maybe Komsberg is even went to the foreign hands. What are we telling people? Nujoma died a happy man. He left us now a happy man. He give you independence. He have defense force, which is including Navy, Army, Air Force, to protect the integrity of this country. That is Nujoma. That's why I said he died a happy man. It's now our duty to do what, where he left. Comrade President Nujoma was a remarkable leader who championed the cause of developmental, particularly for the poor and downtrodden. He paid special attention to young people and promoted the interests of the women and disadvantaged community. To those who had the privilege of knowing him personally, he was more than just a leader. He was a mentor, a friend, a source of inspiration. He taught us the value of unity, determination, and importance of standing together in facing difficulties. His legacy is not just one of the political achievements, but for moral integrity and profound of humanity. Comrade founding president was blessed with leadership. He was always knew how and when to take a decision. Because he was a progressive president leader, Comrade President Nujoma had a strong foundation of loving children, special Swapo Party pioneer movement. In the jungle, in the forest of Angola, Zambia, Congo Brazzaville, East Yemen, and Cuba and many other countries, we have received a higher note of love from the President Nujoma. After independence, Comrade Nujoma, he continued to love and respect and listen to the Swapo Party Youth League. Therefore, many institutions were created during his tenure. Institution which created, which was dealing with the youth affairs, were created and established during his tenure. Problems were solved timely. There was no day that there was a problem and there was no solve. Timely. For example, National Youth Council, National Youth Service were created under the directive of Cabinet because Comrade Nujoma could not wait those long processes while the youth are suffering. He could just direct the Cabinet and the problem solved. Comrade President Nujoma always, his presence filled when he was in a company of people because of his love of our tradition and traditional leaders. Therefore, he used to say, he will often say that people without their cultures is like a tree without roots. This is why he is always propagated the importance of respecting the elders and promote of our culture heritage. Comrade President Nujoma dedicated his entire life to uphold the noble value of peace, champion tolerance, equality, and justice. He sanctifying his memory. We will always value his friendship, his guidance, his frankness, and his transmittable sense of humor. He always stood his ground, mindful that he is the legacy comprised of other great leaders who sacrificed so much for our motherland. Besides his love for Namibia and Namibians people, his home heart and soul remain and always will be Swapo Party. Ladies and gentlemen, dear mourners, in celebrating the memory and the legacy of Comrade President Sam Nujoma, who is undoubtable Namibians' most outstanding hero, now special in the context of our joint, now special in the context of our collective and painful fight for free and independence Namibia. Kindly join me to give a thanks to the Lord for life. Men, we should all, comrades, be proud calling our father of Namibian nation, our comrade, our friend, our leader, our founder, our commander, and country in general. I'm certain that all of us here in our region and our country in general, we will emulate Comrade President Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma exemplary life, bringing about just and better world and a better Namibia. The person who's laying here today, a man of faith, he served God to the best of his ability. He feared nothing and nobody. He saved others with humanity and compassion. There is a saying that goes, those who love don't go away. Those they walk beside us every day, unseen, unheard, but always near, still love, still missed, and very dear, wishing you a hope in my minds of sorrow and comfort in the midst of pain. To the bereaved Nujoma and the Kondoboro and the Mushimba family, we are extended our deepest condolence. Well, Namibia has lost a founding president, a father of the Namibian nation. You have lost beloved family member, a pillar of strength and guidance light. May you find solace in knowing that his legacy lives on and in the heart of every Namibia who cherishes freedom and peace and progress. To the long and file of Swapo Party, let us honor Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma memory by upholding the principle of champions, unity, discipline, and the unwavering dedication to the people of Namibia. His legacy remained us to remain steadfast in our pursuit, development, economic emancipation, and social justice for all. Under his leadership, Swapo Party emerged a formidable forces, united in a struggle of liberty and self-determination. His tireless effort and sacrifice paved the way for Namibia independence in 1990, making the dream of free and prosperous nation a reality. He inspired us to believe in ourselves, to strive for excellency, and never to be abandoned our dream for better future. As we bid farewell to this revolutionary giant, let us not dwell in sorrow, but instead to draw inspiration from his enthralling spirit. Let us move forward with renewed determination to build Namibia. He invests a united, peaceful, and prosperous nation. Comrade leaders standing in front of me, in honor of his remarkable contribution, on behalf of you, I'm appeal to the government of the Republic of Namibia to establish Dr. Sam Nujoma Day to be observed on neither May 12 or 8 February, a day to dedicate to the educating future generation about Namibia's rich history, particularly in higher learning institutions. We pray God will comfort you and send the angels from above, giving a sweet peace with your heart and surrounding you with internal love. Goodbye, Comrade President Nujoma. Goodbye, Comrade President. May the soul of our beloved leader, Commander Sam Safishuna Nujoma rest in internal peace. His spirit and the legacy will forever guiding us. I thank you.
Thank you. Comrades, we will continue with the program after that message and the tribute that was given by the Swapo Party regional coordinator in the Kharas region, together with his team. The next is a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. Namibian Defence Force military band. to also announce that there is a vehicle that is blocking the way. The number is NMH 14NA. NMH 14NA. Is a GMW white in color vehicle. NMH 14NA. Thank you very much, Namibian Defense Force Military Band. Now we have the honor and the privilege to call on the representative of the Chief Mourner, our very own Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport. A message on behalf of the Chief Mourner by Honorable John Mutorwa. Please rise to give him the necessary respect.
Thank you. Directors of our program, the Honorable Aletta Friedrichs, Governor of the Kharas Region, the Honorable Solomon April, Governor of the Hardap Region, the Honorable Dausap, the Chairperson of the Hardap Regional Council, the Honorable Isaac, Chairperson of the Kharas Regional Council, the bereaved extended Nujoma, Mushimba, and Kondombolo family, the Honorable Public Office Bearers serving the three organs of the state of the Republic of Namibia, the legislature or parliament, members of the National Assembly, and members of the National Council, members from the executive, cabinet ministers, deputy ministers, governors of regions, regional councillors, local authority councillors throughout the Republic of Namibia, the public service. I see here the Chairperson of the Public Service Commission, who is one of the directors of ceremony, the Secretary to the Cabinet, Dr. Simata, and members of the committee that you lead, the National Preparatory Committee, senior civil servants in governments at all levels, at the national level, regional, local authority levels, esteemed members from the judiciary who are present here at the various levels of that organ of the state, the leadership of the Council of Traditional Leaders of Namibia, Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, the traditional leaders representing the various traditional authorities in the Kharas and Hardap regions specifically, but also traditional leaders who are present here and who are following these proceedings through the media. Air Marshal Phineas, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Lieutenant General Joseph Shikongo, Inspector General of the Namibian Police Force, Commissioner General Rafael Amunyela, Namibian Correctional Services, all men and women in uniform, members of the Namibia Defense Force, Namibian Police Force, Namibian Correctional Services, Swapo Party regional coordinators responsible for the Kharas region and the Hardap region, and your comrades in the regional executive committees and the various structures of the Swapo Party. The leadership of the Dr. Sam Nujoma Foundation, who are present here and who are following these proceedings through the media. Bishop Tameta, Reverend Fries, and all our spiritual leaders and religious leaders who are present here today. The entire bereaved and bereaving Namibian nation. On Saturday, 8 February 2025, just a few minutes before midnight, 12 o'clock, our country came to a complete standstill. That is the day and time when our beloved, respected, and revered founding president, father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian revolution, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, departed from this earthly world. Today, Wednesday, 26 February 2025, Namibians, residents of Hardap and Kharas regions, but also Namibians from other regions in our country, as well as visitors from other countries, are assembled here in the J. Stephanus Stadium in the town of Keetmanshoop to pay our last respects and celebrate the life and appreciate the noble deeds that our departed hero, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, has done. Greatness of any human being is not necessarily appreciated, is not necessarily valued by only looking at what the particular human being says or does about himself or herself, or for himself or herself. Nor is greatness appreciated, admired, measured, or valued by what any individual does, what any individual gives. Only to those people who are so dear and near to that particular people. It means those that are your family, your friends, or those that are so close to you only. But greatness is largely determined, is largely appreciated or measured or remembered or valued by what other ordinary people say, what other ordinary people do to others or to a certain person, in this case, our founding president. And testimonies there. The whole world, from the United Nations and all over the world, on the continent of Africa, in the Southern African Development Community, SADC, in Namibia here, ordinary people are saying how great President Nujoma was. And that determines greatness. Let me, at this stage, just to prove what I've just said, quote something in his book, his autobiography, entitled Where Others Wavered. My life in Swapo and my participation in the liberation struggle of Namibia, what he himself, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, says, to whom did he dedicate that book? Now listen carefully now, and I quote, "This book is dedicated to the gallant sons, plural, and gallant daughters, plural, heroes, heroines, plural, under the leadership of their vanguard Swapo, and to those who struggled and sacrificed their precious lives for the total liberation of Namibia." End of quote. Now, if you analyze how many people is he dedicating this book to, it is millions and millions of people, without naming them, because there are so many. Some of them with positions, some of them ordinary people. That determines what greatness means. If you don't believe that, I'm going to quote also those who have read this book. The preface of this book was written by one of our liberation heroes, stalwarts, David Hosea Meroro, who at one point was chairman of Swapo for many years, was a great Pan-Africanist. Now he says the following. Hosea David Meroro, quote, "Over the last few decades, I have had the honor and privilege to know and work with Sam Nujoma, the man, the leader of the National Liberation Movement, Swapo, and the first president of the independent Republic of Namibia. Sam Nujoma dedicated his whole adult life to the achievement of Namibia's liberation from apartheid and colonial domination. He did not rest until Namibia's independence and sovereignty were celebrated on the 21st of March, 1990. End of quote. If you don't believe what greatness is, what other people say, I think we need to be convinced. Now, all of us assembled here, all of us in Namibia and beyond Namibia, just to add to what Chairman Meroro said, but we know that even after independence was attained, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma did not rest. He did not rest after independence. But he continued as President of the Republic of Namibia for 15 years, not imposed, but democratically elected at all stages. First, when the Constituent Assembly completed their task of writing the Constitution, and they transformed themselves into the National Assembly, they unanimously, across all political parties that were there, there was no election, but they unanimously agreed and elected President Nujoma to be the first president of a democratic, free, independent, sovereign Republic of Namibia. Then in 1994, there was a general election, presidential election, and he was elected. And then his last term in 1999, he was elected as the president. So he served for 15 years, democratically elected for 15 years, until he was followed, as we have heard earlier on, by His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, who was democratically elected as Namibia's second president, and he served from the 21st of March 2005 up to the 21st of March 2015, followed by His Excellency the late Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, who was elected on the 21st of March 2015, and unfortunately he passed on the 4th of February 2024. Finally, Your Excellency, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, Namibia's founding president, father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian revolution. Yes, death has taken your body, has taken your physical presence away from us. Your spirit, your soul, your legacy, and your numerous good and noble exemplary work as a citizen of Namibia, as a statesman of our country, cannot die and shall never die. For us, as mortal human beings who can never get used to death, death is always perceived to be an unwelcome robber, an unwelcome thief. That is now at the level of us as mortal human beings. But as believers, and the reverends and the bishops, they are more competent on this one, but as believers, we do believe that death is but a transition. Death is just a process or a period of changing from one life to another life. Now, maybe deviating just 1 minute from the statement, and this platform is not meant for me to talk about my personal experience. I just want to take maybe one to demonstrate the way this great leader did some of his work to convince those whom he wanted to move faster with the work. I served 15 years in President Nuyoma's administration, first as a regional commissioner for Kavango, Omega, and Sumkwe areas. Then I was appointed as Deputy Minister of Water in his office in 1992. That's where I just want to stop. The others, they are public knowledge. Now, in May 1992 is when he appointed me as Deputy Minister of Water. And Honorable Anton von Wittersheim was appointed as the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Rural Development. In actual fact, we were sworn in by the then Chief Justice, Hans Berger, on the same day. Now, towards the end of that May, in the afternoon, I remember very well, we just received a call and say, come to State House. We went to State House, Anton von Wittersheim and me. Then the president told us we are going to Noord-Oever. I just want to add a little bit to what the regional coordinator said here. Then we flew. In that delegation, when we arrived, we noticed that President Nujoma also included the late Werner List, the businessman. And it's true, but it's not the same example that the coordinator used. But just to demonstrate, that time there was only one person who was having these grape things there, a white man. Me and von Wittersheim and the late Werner List, we were in a room there. He was in his room, ordinary room. Now in the morning he said, okay, comrades, let's go to the bank of the Orange River. And we went to the bank of the Orange River. And then he said, okay, what do you see the other side? That is now the South African side. And almost in unison we responded, no, it's too green there, it's green. And then he said, what is that greenness that you are seeing? Then we say it's vegetables and fruit trees. And then he said, now here, where we are standing, what do you see? And then we say, just stones here. And say, that is the reason why I brought you here. We want this part also to be green. And if you can go and ask the ministers of agriculture that followed Van Wittersheim, in the name of the current president, Minister Helmut Angula, they will tell you, since that day, how fast Namibian government, because of that directive, has moved to see now that greenness that we also have here, there. Just one example. One example how this great man did his work. Yes, I think he deserves a beautiful round of applause as saying thank you. There are so many things. Any sector will tell their story. Now, as I said, finally, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, our founding president, had that character that I described there. He has taken that humane character with him to eternity. But he has also left his good exemplary character and good deeds with all of us. who are still living today. Let us therefore emulate and follow his good character, the good deeds that he did, his good personality, hard work, honesty, discipline, time management. And I tell you, with time management, we still have problems. President Nujoma used to tell us, even in cabinet meetings, say, comrades, we cannot spend the whole day here because time wasted never returns, he used to say. And it's true. Decisiveness and steadfastness as we continue with the task of building and developing our country, Namibia, to greater heights, today, tomorrow, and forever. May the gentle and humane soul of Namibia's founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, now and forever rest in perfect and eternal peace. Thank you most graciously.
Thank you very much. Let us be seated. Those were the messages from our Chief Mourner, representative of the Chief Mourner. He also described in many words what our late founding president was. Always humane character, a practical leader, person who did not want to waste time, said that wasted time does not return. One who said death is always perceived as unwelcome robber, thief. But as believers, we believe that it is just a transition. Thank you for those comforting words, Honorable Mutorwa. Let us continue with our program. And the next on our list, after having received all the tributes, now is the time for us to get the vote of thanks by Honorable Solomon April, Governor of Kharas Region.
Mama Thank you so much, Directors of Ceremony. My job is not so difficult, but being a leader, it would be rather not so effective if I would just say thank you and go to take my place again. Therefore, allow me to bring a bit of what I feel should be part of this that we have now until this minute, which was already set in the beginning somehow by the governor of the region, my sister Aleta. There is no way that as much as we live on this world and have to work in this world and be in this world, that we should not be cognizant of the fact that there is another world for all of us who believe. And for us to get to that world, we also need to work for that world to find us fit enough to live and survive in that new world, which believers call the heaven. Therefore, for me to say thank you, I would like to start by saying thank you to the Almighty. So I want us to sing together, thanking the Lord for the wonderful gift in the person of the founding father, the leader of the revolution, the anti-apartheid activist, the first president of the Free Republic of Namibia, the only commander of plan. He is characterized by fortitude, intrepidity, bravery, resilience. You cannot talk about the founding father without these realities that he lived. Therefore, I want us to first sing. Twe sada grang lairo kau kan dra hoya ko hang ai kamasina dani un kese satu ngasa ngapa ko kibo da wen karib kini FA kuning saudi ama oms kain ko ha un ke tida uba sena ba uns o setani hubu baba ngari da grang lairo ama karuni setan uns o seni hubu baba thaiden ka khabe kuka tida kai serap tine ne namang huinga miso kini ngai ne dance ngaka ngwa so tina ngai so kini ida ngongso ngai so kini ne nung je ko tade ta sai anok ta komait ma kai kas tu sadrangi danke om skango ha uike tidak lupa senaba om skango ha uike ti ne ka kwena lupa senaba kai del ka kabe it is incumbent upon us who are bidding our leader farewell today, even if we forget all the other things, not to forget that in my understanding of the leadership of the late founding father, he walked the talk and he talked the walk. The problem with today's us is that we know how to talk, but it seems like we do not know how to work. Talk is cheap if it cannot be translated into some action. Therefore, if we talk about legacy this afternoon, legacy is not something somebody should talk about. All of us know the grammatical meaning of that word legacy. But many of us would not know unless somebody starts to live a legacy. Legacy is something you should imitate and live. You should materialize in your walk and in your talk and in your governance leadership that you have. People must feel that the president, the late founding father, is still working for this nation through you and in me and in all of us. If that is not happening, then we are having a cheap talk. Time for pep talks, no more. Therefore, my appeal to you before I say thank you to you all is if we really want the president's legacy to live on, his spirit to live on, we need to live everything that he wanted us to do for a better Namibia. Not for some in Namibia, but for everyone in this country. And that one is beautifully encapsulated in his very known statement. And if I can paraphrase it probably, a people united, striving for common good, the best for all members of the society, will emerge victorious. All members, not some members. Everybody, not some bodies. We must take it as an assignment to us if we really, truly, and genuinely would like to live the legacy of this great man. An epitome of absolute gallantry. It is incumbent upon us, it's on your shoulders, that you should see yourselves as a player in that team that should work towards a prosperous Namibia for everyone. No time, you cannot talk about Tate Sem Safisuna Nujoma and want to be a passive participant. You need to have an active role to play in bringing a better face, a better Namibia for everyone, so that everybody at the end of the day should feel like, I'm happy, I'm proud to be a Namibian. And that is what I call legacy to be lived, not legacy to be spoken about. And I know Namibians, they are good at verbiage, at using very big and very lengthy and very packed language. But when it comes to doing such IBD, people do not come to where things are planned, and yet they want to benefit from plans that others are making in their absence. This is the legacy. He wants you to participate. My father, your father wants you to play a part in your own tomorrow. Your tomorrow is your responsibility. It's our responsibility as a collective. And therefore, I am already anticipating that definitely his fight that he fought for the Namibia that we have. They have done their part. We are free. We have the uniformed forces here. They are friendly forces. They are with us. But in the epoch where he was providing leadership, if you see people with these uniformed forces, you'd start to tremble. That is in the past. We are free today. Therefore, what is you and my responsibility now? It is to fight now. Together. Together we must now fight the economic battle that we have, so that we can really become also bread and butter-wise a free nation. It does not have to sing hallelujah and be happy if you are hungry every day. We must work now in order to be a happy nation, and that is your job and my job. Therefore, all I want to give you as an advice is, the biggest problem in Namibia is, we talk about unity, but unity is not visible. Our biggest problem why we cannot get to the heights that we would have gotten to already yesterday is, the biggest problem is this unity. If we are not united, we shall not make it. They made it for us because they were united both in mind and spirit and in action. Let's not allow small things to weigh bigger, because a big man, not an age only, but big in his way that he has served this nation, is giving us that call back today. We are being called back. It is your responsibility, my responsibility, to continue to build on the foundation that the founding father, the foundation president, and everybody else has laid for us. With that said, let me now get to Keetmanshoop. And the Keetmanshoop starts with the government of the Republic of Namibia. Ada Keetmanshoop stumire. Presidenti Saradin Huba Kaikui Haba. Tikadin Imka. Ne programmi ne bagirin abe kwena. Ida ne taus ay. Sada nukwet bapyokan opchi kosa. Ne dida ka sorosa mung abitui amabesip ansara kereha. Abitui da gengabara mungka sinkana. So therefore, thank you to His Excellency the President and the plenary committees, or the committees that are responsible, that they have thought about us in particular, and that we were enabled this afternoon to have the body of our founding father amidst us. Because for some of us in our cultures and traditions, we only really start to acclimatize and or contextualize when a body is with us. That's when we really feel, but this is the reality. So thank you to His Excellency, and I would also want us to pray for him, because since he took these offers, to please with our prayers be able to take us through to the land that we all anticipate to be at, until a new leadership is to come in. I would like to say thank you to my sister. I hope everybody knows Aleta Fredericks. She is from Bethany. Aleta, can you rise so that people can see you, please, where you sit? People don't know you. Give her a round of applause, please. Kharas kwen ambadu, hartap kwen ambadu. Nenhwam sike koptinap am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would like to say thank you to you, Madam Governor. You have actually made us so proud. So very proud. Look at the attendance here. People have come in numbers to say thank you to a gallant, the president, the founding father of this nation. Hogudago, Hogudago. Sadutsinako Kankan, Krikaduko Kaisa. Thank you so much. And then I have on my program different speakers, the one after the other one. And everybody was trying to keep our spirits upright, to keep us together, not to lose our hope, because we believe even if President Sam Nujoma, our founding father, is no more, the belief that keeps us going is that Jesus lives and Namibia shall continue to live. Ahmad Mai, he took him, but he's going to give us a replacement because he's in charge. God is in charge of this country. Thank you. Therefore, all the speakers, thank you for telling us the beautiful stories, the beautiful realities, the beautiful struggle. Struggle is not beautiful, but if you listen to it, it can captivate you in many ways. Thank you for that very enriching speeches and teachings and education that we have received this afternoon. Amahe, all the speakers, if I do not mention your name, please pardon me big time. It's not intentional. I'm just trying to economize on time by not calling out names. But everybody, except for the exception of the envoy of the president, the deputy prime minister, and the minister of works and transport, who was assigned this very heavy task this afternoon to console us as a collective with the other speakers and singers, everybody who contributed in this program was here to help him do the job that he has been entrusted. Thank you so much, our Deputy Prime Minister, for you are always the teacher. Even in this speech that you brought, you educated us. I wish I could be that type of quality teacher. Some of those teachers we don't have these days in Namibian schools. Sorry to say that, but I'm challenging you. Thank you, Chemistry. I can. Neti naman kanen ngao ne khutina miba det maskene English ngama sa sadu tina netrami khunang amba det khabe saida gore tu ba ta hankhisa okha tuli tra ngwa khatha khabe dangi. Then I have the pastor who, what are we without the word of God? Thank you, Pastor Appelfries, for taking us through the word, telling us that even if you don't know the way, there is somebody who knows the way and who shows the way. Thank you so much, my pastor, for taking us through that very reality. When the founding father left Namibia, he did not know the way. But he did not care about not knowing the way because he believed in the one who knew the way. Ahmad Mai, tao etskasata uhugadata natung tao bab anatskasao otsnisi ngang ebatingan kayde huge. Adit kira jogoro mitira ke kanam trase goro program layera. It was tough, I believe. It was tough somehow, but it was also an enriching reality for the two of you to chat us through this very somber and very difficult moment where we have to say goodbye to our founding father. Thank you for the job excellently done. Thank you also for the interposes of realities that he spoke onto through the citations and quotations that you brought in between. Thank you so much, Mr. Salman and Osik Krone. Amai. In final conclusion, what are we without the music people? Those people made music, and we deeply appreciate the beautiful symphonies that we have been listening to, and we encourage you to continue to do that beautiful job. In fact, I was aggrandized somehow when I saw that the NDF band was conducted by a lady. Really, truly, Namibia is a country of equality. Thank you so much. Keep on going. That's now our uniformed forces. I told my seniors today when we were at the airport, I do not know whether I was going to survive in the uniformed forces because they are so tops disciplined. Everything should be the same, the way you bow and the way you drill, and everything must be the same. Keep up that beautiful job, uniformed forces. We are proud to have you. And in final conclusion, thank you, Reverend April, for thanking everybody. Our founding father, may your soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Long live the spirit and legacy of Comrade Nujoma. Long live.
Thank you very much, Reverend Honorable Solomon April, for the vote of thanks. And let us also thank you for the manner in which you gave us that vote of thanks. Let us continue with the next item, announcements by the directors of ceremonies. That is now us. We have few announcements. First of all, the next will be the benediction, which will be done by our Bishop Emeritus, Bishop Emeritus Dr. Stefania Kameta. But before we come there will be, let me talk a little bit about the viewing of the body. The viewing of the body will be the last item after the AU and the national anthems. It will start with the main tent. Main tent is the tent behind where I am standing. The representative of the Chief Mourner, our Deputy Prime Minister, will start. And he will come alone. After him will be the family. And thereafter, we will allow the other guests to follow from that tent. Once we have finished that tent, we will come to the second tent. The second tent is the one in the middle. But there we were advised that we will start at the extreme end. And we will come from the extreme end, means to the left, for those who are sitting there. As we are looking at you from the extreme right, we will start to come from that end. Once the tent has completed, we will go to the last two tents to view that body, and ultimately we will go to our neighbors out there in the pavilion who seems to be living in their own world. The protocol will guide us in this process. When we come for the viewing of the body, it is done with all respect and dignity, and therefore we are asking you most kindly, but most firmly, that no photos should be taken when you come to view the bodies. That is, we are asking you firmly, strictly, but with all the respect. When everything is said and done, but before that, during the viewing of the body, we are also requesting some choirs to perform. There is the choir called Livingstone 12 Brigadier Choir. 12 Brigadier Choir. 12 Brigadier was named after the birthday of the founding president and father of the nation. They will perform while we are viewing the body, and also our Nampol brass band will also perform during that period. We were also asked that if there are any other choirs that wants to perform, they can also do so. But it must be done orderly, one after another. That can also be done. Last but not least, when everything is said and done, and we are leaving here, we will depart to certain destinations. Some will go to the youth center, some will remain here, and others will go to another destination. I'm told that our mourners, majority of us sitting here, we will remain where we are, and we will receive our meals where we are sitting. Our dignitaries, local authorities, regional councilors, traditional authorities, our religious leaders, the chairpersons, all of us will go to the youth center. The Chief Mourner, the families, the honorable ministers will be going to the switching house. That is what I was told. In that order, or whether it is the order, but that is what I was told to convey. The next on the program is the benediction by our Bishop Emeritus, Dr. Stephania Kameta of the Elseren Lutheran Church. Our Bishop Kameta.
very much for this opportunity. You will understand that I cannot go into protocol, that's the closing now, but I respect the family, our dear mother, the congregation gathered here from, I believe, from all over the Kharas region and the Khaua region, but also all over the whole Namibia. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I want to read 3 verses, and I would like you to sit down for, it will be not long, for a few minutes, and while I'm reading these verses. It is taken from the book of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 40, verses 12, 13, and 14. And it reads as follows: Who else has held the oceans in his hand? Wow. Who has measured off the heavens with his fingers? And who else knows the weight of the earth, or has weighted the mountains and hills on a scale? Who is able to advise the Spirit of the Lord? Who knows enough to give him advice or teach him? The last verse: Has the Lord even needed anyone's advice? Does he need instruction about what is good? Did someone teach him what is right, or show him the path of justice? God, this wonderful God, who did all those things, he holds the oceans in his hands. He put the mountains on his own scale, and he knows exactly what they weigh all over the world and universe. Now, this God selects people whom he wants to use for justice and peace in the world. And he doesn't ask the parents of this person. He doesn't ask, of course, for sure, the person himself or herself. And the selection doesn't take place when you are in the womb of the mother. The selections take place before your mother and father even are born. That's what he did. And I believe that's what he did with Samuel, Shafishuna, Daniel, Nujoma. He selected him before the foundation of the earth. That's what he did. We have the example of Moses, who was hidden in the Rhine River, and the Rhine River is an African river. So he selected him, Sam Nujoma, to liberate Namibia. And I'm sure the founding father himself didn't even know about that. And not only him, but many others don't know that they are selected by God for a certain purpose. When he went to Walvis Bay with the age of 17, he didn't know that he was in the mission. And after Walvis Bay, he was directed to Windhoek, at that time the famous old location. And he was brought into contact with people who started and fought against oppression in our beautiful country. There is a name and many other names. We have yet the names here in Keetmanshoop and all over the place. But there was a certain name of a man who was 34 years old when the genocide started to happen in 1904. That was Hosea Kutako. And so he was given and was led by God himself without him not knowing. It's not necessary. God formed you and created you. He does not know to ask. He does not need to ask permission to use you. You belong to him anyway. And he took him. This small young man from the village of Etunda, which many Namibians didn't have a chance to visit. I was fortunate to be there. And you see, the road he took was the same road which the people of the genocide took as a refuge to Botswana, that time Botswana land. From the south, they went to Botswana. From the central, they went to Botswana. And he took the same route. And he was received by the children and grandchildren of those people there. And they helped him to go further. That's how God worked. And he spared him. I'm asking myself, if I was on the list of those who should be assassinated here in Namibia,
Welcome back, of course, for those of you that are just joining us. Just apologies there. It seems like we lost the power at the stadium. Once again, we've been having this trouble since the memorial started a little bit earlier on. We'll try to get it back to you and get that feed to you as well as soon as it comes back online. But what we know, of course, is that the memorial service basically in its entirety is done. The bishop was just about to close off in terms of the benediction, and of course, the viewing was going to commence. Now, what we know is what has been happening over all the memorial services at this stage, where the viewing of the body will commence, and after that, the body will lay in state until tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, when it will, of course, be transported now coming back to Windhoek, where the big procession is expected to take place throughout the course of the day. So the rules apply, rules maintain the same. Please, if you are going to view the body throughout the evening tonight, make sure not to come there with your phone as well. We have to, of course, adhere to the decorum that is in line with the morning period that we are recognizing and, of course, witnessing over until the 1st of March. One of the things, the request that really came in was good behavior across the evening and making sure that we don't take any pictures once we are at the casket. Now, tomorrow is going to be quite a busy day in as far as the program of the memorial is concerned. As you know, tomorrow there will be a big procession here in the city of Windhoek before the Friday engagement where the big memorial will take place at the Sam Nujoma Stadium, where all the public is invited to, of course, come and pay their last respects before the funeral commences on Saturday. Now, what we know so far is that tomorrow, for the 27th of February 2025, the procession will go through the following streets. The main will be, of course, starting off at the Hosea Kutako International Airport. From Hosea Kutako, procession will proceed via Trans-Kalahari Corridor, B6 Road, then sliding to Sam Nujoma Drive, Mandune Ndemufai Road, David Hosea Meroro Road, and so forth. Now, I really just want to share with you the times as well, particularly for those of you that would want to attend or would want to be on the side of the road to really give your salutations to our founding father. Now, the first leg will run as early as 8:30 in the morning. That's the first leg will be from 8:30 until 10:20 in the morning. That's from the Hosea Kutako International Airport via B6 Road to Sam Nujoma Drive. And then a 1-minute stop at Motva, then the Mandume Ndemufai Drive. Now, Motva that I'm referring to here is now the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. As you know, of course, former Commander-in-Chief, former Planned Competent Commander as well in terms of the People Liberation of Army. So it's important for him to make that particular stop at the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Immediately after that, he will continue to Mandume Ndemufai Drive and then David Hosea Meroro Road via Jan Jonger Street. That is, of course, at about 10:20 in the morning. And the second leg starts at the David Hosea Meroro Road to Hendrik Vedboy Drive. And then from there, the third leg will be 10:25 to 10:30, Hendrik Vedboy Drive to Moses Gareb Street. And then immediately, it will turn off from the Moses Gareb Street now to Winnie Madikizela Mandela Road. That will be at around 10:30 to 10:40. And between 10:40 and 10:45, the procession will move from Winnie Madikizela Mandela Road through Independence Avenue, a 1-minute stop at Swapo Party office in front of Avani to Sam Nujoma Drive. And the detailed timing spent in Independence Avenue is as follows, because we know, of course, Independence Avenue is quite a long one. From 10:45 to 10:55, passing Soweto Market to Katutura ShopRite. And then from 10:55 to 10:56, passing Swapo National Headquarters to the Fire Brigade Circle. And then after that, around 11:06 to 11:16, the Fire Brigade Circle to the Central Business District. 11:16 to 11:21, Central Business District via Avani to Sam Nujoma Drive back again. And then from Sam Nujoma Drive via Robert Mugabe Avenue to the Parliament Garden as well. Now, on 28th of February, the Friday, the procession will move from Parliament Gardens at about 11:30 in the morning to Independence Stadium for the memorial service expected to commence at about 13:45. And thereafter, the body will lie in state at the Independence Stadium. Now, what we know, of course, is that the procession will start at Parliament Gardens, slide into Robert Mugabe Avenue, and then move into Dr. Sam Nujoma Drive, then Hosea Kutako Drive, Sean McBride, Vika Street, Softball Street, Rugby Street to the stadium. And on 1st of March 2025, the procession will move from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre for the burial at around 9:15 in the morning. So quite a long program that is expected from tomorrow morning once the body moves from Keetmanshoop. But of course, please do make sure to tune in and stay tuned to our digital news platforms as well. We'll share the layout, all the posters, etc., in terms of what are the stops, the different legs from the beginning to the end, as well as, of course, the funeral starting on Saturday morning at 9:15 at the Heroes Acre. That's for the burial. The procession will move from the Independence Stadium to the burial as well. So the body will be laying in state. We know that for a lot of people, there were reports it will be at the same Nujoma Stadium. That's incorrect. It will not be at the same Nujoma Stadium. It will be at the Independence Stadium, of course, that has a larger space to accommodate the large crowd that's expected for the memorial service and then the funeral as well. So for tomorrow, once again, just a reminder, very, very early in the morning at 8:30, leaving the Hosea Kutako International Airport, there will be disruptions of traffic. There will be some delays. Certain sections of the roads will be jammed, particularly in the CBD. So there is a request from the Namibian police. Inspector Shikwambi shared that with us a couple of days ago, reminding Namibians, please, to be as patient as possible, particularly the road users tomorrow. We have quite a number of international guests present here in the country so far. We have it on group report that the likes of President Thabo Mbeki, for example, of South Africa, the former president of South Africa, will be here for the funeral. There are reports that he's already in the country and will be moving with some of the processions tomorrow as well. So, of course, a lot of patience required from the drivers and road users, the motorists, for the next 2 to 3 days here in the Kharas region. And there is an expectation, of course, not only from the Namibian police, but generally from each other to make sure that we recognize the guests that are here and behave with the utmost decorum over the next couple of days. When we come back after this short visit to the marketplace, we'll close off as I've got more announcements coming up for you, including a music tribute that's planned for Independence Arena. Stay with us. Then we come back, of course, we've got the feedback from Keetmanshoop. We're quickly just going to cross over there so that you can see what are the activities that are taking place there. So we're closing off with the Keetmanshoop memorial service. As I had mentioned a bit earlier on, there is a big celebration planned. As you know, of course, the founding father respected throughout different quarters in the country. Let's cross over to the podium so that we can hear from the Director of Ceremonies. Well, of course, the viewing of the body has commenced at Keetmanshoop, where we're seeing the last of the regional memorial services concluding from the combination of the Kharas and the Khaua regions. Very good to see that unified. Over the last week and a half, we've really witnessed the unity across the country where different regions have come together and collaborated to deliver on these memorial services that have taken place across the country. Starting off, of course, last week Thursday with the Etunda, followed by Enana in the Ohangwena region. That was followed swiftly over the weekend by services that's in the Kavango East as well as Zambezi regions. We've seen yesterday Walfish Bay, a very special memorial there as well, recognizing the work that had gone into the reintegration of Walfish Bay. Remember that they only really became Namibian territory already in 1994, 4 years after independence of the rest of the country. And a very special messages, of course, coming in yesterday from that as well. On Monday, it was in Grootfontein for the Otjidon-Jupa region. And today, closing off the regional memorials in Keetmanshoop, where we saw the Kharas and the Khaua regions being represented. The two governors, of course, will be providing the welcoming as well as the closing remarks. And we've seen the Chief Mourner being represented by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Works, sharing the message of the President as it was done over the last week. We see there, of course, on screen the Honorable Obed Kanjode there as well, Minister of Justice Yvonne Donsap, among others that are coming there to come and pay their respect, as you see, of course, also in the queue. Representatives, the highest level of the traditional authorities in the South, also represented there as well. Just a quick reminder that tomorrow the body will be expected as part of the military procession that will commence at 8:30 in the morning from the Osiakutako International Airport via B6 Road to Semnioma Drive. About 13 distinctive points identified where one can, of course, wait and witness the military procession. It's going to be in Semnioma Drive, Mandume Ndemufaya Road, followed by David Hosea Morero Road via Yanyonka Street, Hendrik Vedboy Drive, Winnie Mandikizela Mandela Road, formerly known as Otumisa Road as well. And then, of course, Soweto Market, Kadutura Shoprite, the Swapo National Headquarters, the Fire Brigade Circle, and then the CBD via Avani Hotel, ending up at Parliament Gardens. That's tomorrow. So on the 28th of February, the procession will move from Parliament Gardens at 11:30 to Independence Stadium for the memorial service that will take place at 13:45. Thereafter, the body will lie in state at the stadium. And then that's when you will have the opportunity to, if you are in the Kharas region and surrounding areas, go and pay your respects during that time. Now, the artists across the country have also gathered to arrange a special tribute for the founding father. That's a tribute concert expected, a celebration of life on the 26th of February from 3 o'clock until 10 o'clock in the evening. So as we know right now, that's what's happening at the Independence Arena. And the tribute concert, of course, in honor of His Excellency, celebrating the life and legacy of Namibia's founding and first president. That's from the creative industry. On that note, that's all we had for you for today. And as far as the memorial services are concerned, of course, the conclusion of the last memorial service are taking place in the Kharas region at Keetmanshoop. From me, Ricardo Tlagosep, and the rest of the team, just a reminder once again for us to, of course, stay within the bounds, follow the decorum, as we are under mourning until March the 1st, of course, expecting a lot of foreign guests here as well. The Namibian nation asked to be very patient, particularly the motorists over the next 2 to 3 days, as the streets might experience unusual traffic flows, congestions in certain parts, and of course delays in certain parts as well. On that note, thank you so much for making time out to join us, and have yourself a good day, as we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning as we start and bring you the military procession at 8:30. Bye-bye.
Tangi